Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special stream. It's my first ever photo editing stream. When I first created the Twitch account back in September of last year, and then started streaming for real in October of last year, I had been thinking about doing a photo editing stream, and the idea was to do it on this MacBook. But when I was trying to get like test out the connection to Twitch and all that. I just couldn't get the MacBook to connect to Twitch via OBS, and so I thought, okay, maybe I won't be able to do a photo editing stream. Maybe I'll just be able to play games. But as I was introducing myself, first on Facebook in the Facebook groups, and later on in the Discords, I started getting questions. Hey, are you gonna do a photo editing stream? I said, well, maybe when I get a gaming laptop, because I'm having trouble getting my MacBook to connect to Twitch. And I just kept getting the demand, kept getting the questions about, am I gonna do it? And then a month ago, um, early on in June, actually, I finally got the MacBook to connect to Twitch, and it was good timing. Because right around that same time, that PC laptop gave me so many problems. Uh, I couldn't stream anymore from the PC laptop. And so, when I told everybody, hey, my MacBook can connect now to Twitch, so that means I can do photo editing streams in the future. And I started getting more and more questions about when it was going to happen. Um, so, yeah, you can imagine every time I went out to take photos, I was always thinking, am I going to get enough for a photo editing stream? I mean, pressure started building, and every time I came back with fewer than the needed photos, uh, I was a little worried because I thought I would disappoint everybody because photo editing stream would get delayed and would just keep getting delayed. I kept asking for patience because it was proving a lot harder than I thought. Um, so then Monday I went to Confederation Park in Calgary. That's the northwest of Calgary. I get there. There's two parking lots. One, you turn north from 16th Avenue onto 10th Street Northwest, and there's two parking lots there. And there's another one where you turn north onto 4th Street Northwest. You take it to 30th Avenue Northwest. Then you make a turn to the west. So if you're going north, you're turning left. If you're going south, you're turning right. And eventually you'll get to the parking lot there. And I just was taking photos. I didn't care about the count. Then when I was done, I saw that I might have enough. So when I started going through the photos on Tuesday, yeah, I had to eliminate some because some didn't turn out the way I wanted them to, and a couple turned out blurry. But there was enough. And then just before I started putting up my live notification, um, I took a look again at the photos off the memory cards that go into the camera, and I found two more that you know I'm happy with. So instead of 27 photos, there will be 29 photos that I'm editing today. So, and it's a good thing too that I went on Monday because, as many of you are probably aware from me talking, for somebody else from Calgary or even Alberta talking, there's a lot of smoke in the sky now. There's lots of fires burning in British Columbia and maybe also some of the states in the Pacific Northwest. And all that fire is drifting east here to Calgary and to Alberta. So, sky is really smoky now. Like you can barely see the blue in the sky, and you can't really see the clouds either. Whereas on Monday, it still wasn't too bad. I still had my mask on, so in that way, I could breathe properly. But it still, excuse me, it still wasn't too bad. So Yeah, so it's good that I went on Monday and not either Wednesday or yesterday or even Tuesday for that matter. Now, before I get into the actual editing, uh, first I'll show you what software I use for editing my photos. One is On1 Photo Raw. It's a light, and another is DxO Photolab 3. Those are Lightroom alternatives, and those two pieces of software are really good, especially if you don't want to pay a subscription for editing your photos. Um, and the good thing is that you don't, if you want to keep using the same software and don't want to upgrade to the new version, don't have to. That's what I did. Um, Now this DxO viewpoint here, that well, that's connected to DxO Photolab, and that does perspective editing. So if I have to do any perspective editing, which I'm not sure if I'll have to do, I'd be doing it inside Photolab 3 here. Uh, Another set of software that I use is the NIC collection, so it's this analog effects, color effects, define, and all that. Mostly, I'll be going to Color Effects Pro. There's a possibility, though not likely, I'll go into Silver Effects Pro. Color Effects Pro allows you to do a lot of different uh, things to the color of the photo. Silver Effects Pro is for black and white editing. um, don't think I'll be using Lens Flare Studio because I don't think in any of my photos the sun showed up, so there's really no point with that. Another piece of software that I'll be using is Aurora HDR here, and that does HDR editing. I'll show you a trick that I use myself to create the HDRs that you see me post. But before and this is mainly because I'm able to do it now in DxO Photolab and On1 Photo Raw. Before I just did it on the original photo, but after getting DxO Photolab and On1 Photo Raw, I use this new trick. And I'll explain to you also another way you can make an HDR photo. Like my trick is just one way to do it. There's another way. Um, and another piece of software, and this maybe I might be going in there, especially if I have to remove some dust spots from the photos, is Affinity Photo. That's a Photoshop alternative, and like On1 Photo Raw and DxO Photolab, and for that matter, for HDR, Affinity Photo, you don't have to, it's a one-time purchase, and then like they've been updating it for a while. The current version is 1.9. I got it in 2016, and uh, they've just been updating it, but it's a really good software, really great Photoshop alternative. So, uh, let's get into the photo editing. And as I mentioned on Wednesday, and also if I was in your streams, and even in my live notification, if you have questions at any point, feel free to let me know. So, okay, the first photo we're editing is playground. And before I start editing this thing, you can see already that there's smoke in the sky. Like, this is not usually how the sky looks. So, it was already getting smoky. Um, Now, yeah, this is from a little further, but this was a bigger playground than what I've taken pictures of. But so I had to keep a little bit more distance. And one thing that okay, and I couldn't zoom in more. And if I went right up to it, I would have missed a lot of the playground. So that's why it's at 17 millimeters. But one thing you can determine, or one thing you can use when you're editing photos is an info tab. Like a lot of photo editing software has this um, it might be called something a little different, but it'll show you like the camera used, the lens, the date and time, uh, as well as ISO. And in case you're wondering what ISO is, that's sensitivity to the light of the camera. This is the shutter speed, which is how fast that shutter goes. This f-stop, that's aperture. That's how Now, don't have, thinking, but, like in every lens for the camera, there's, like the aperture is how wide open it is, so, um, uh, and, the wider open it is, the more light it can let in. Now, a lower one, like say f2.8, f1.4, something like that, that's more useful at sunset, and well, nighttime you might still have to use a flash then, but like at sunset, then that way you can get a nice proper photo. This is exposure value, so this is how much compensation you had to make. So now the first thing I do when I edit my photos is check for chromatic aberration, because that's the most difficult to remove. And this is where why I have two different photo or Lightroom alternatives. Um, it's because you want to get rid of as much chromatic aberration as possible. So let me just see what happens when I pull up the purple and the green all the way. Okay, it looks like I might have to go into DxO Photolab, because as you can see, there's some residue of that chromatic aberration here, and that doesn't make the photo look good. So I'll cancel that, and let's see, let's go into DxO Photolab. Okay, let's load up that picture, and you'll see that there's a difference between the photo editing software. Okay, let's go into DxO Photolab and zoom in. Oh, Tab, hey! Thanks for the resubscribe, I appreciate it! Hey, 4 months now! We're starting your 5th month soon. How are you doing today? Yeah, the stream just started. I just started editing the photos. So, as you can see in here, it removed more of the chromatic aberration. So then, what we do is, what's in here? I'm just finding it. Okay, here it is. So, gets rid of the lateral chromatic aberration. That's the purple and green lines you saw. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, just in time to see me edit the first photo. Yeah, the stream, yeah, it just started. Yeah, so get rid of that purple fringing. That helps get rid of a little bit more. And then, another thing I do is first I turn on the moire removal. Now, in case you're wondering what moire is, here's a perfect example. See this gravel here? Sometimes chromatic aberration removal doesn't remove the purple and green streaks from with the gravel and rocks, and sometimes even the trees, these types of things. So moire removal helps get rid of those purple and green streaks from all of this as well. So that's all done. So now we can look at, maybe we'll have to, yeah, looks like this will have to be straightened now. So let's see, where is it? Oh, the repair tool is not it. Oh, did I just miss it? Ask red eye. No, we don't really need red eye. Yeah, it's a date. Yeah, I'm doing this during the daytime because, well, this is when I usually edit the photos anyway. So, uh, it made sense to stream during the daytime. Okay, here's the horizon tool. Now, as you can see, the software decides on a horizon itself, but as you can see, that playground isn't straight. So I'm just gonna straighten it out. Okay, let's see here. Okay, looks like it's almost straight. Yeah, a little bit crooked. There it is. So now it's all straight. So, uh, now exposure compensation. I usually say this out for later on, and the reason is because we have to. Let's put in Clearview Plus first. That helps get rid of haze, but because it was already smoky, it's not going to get rid of too much of the smoke, but you can still try and get some of the sky back. So we turn down the highlights here. Now if you turn it down all the way, as you can see, it looks too dark, but yeah, that looks good. We can always do something in Nick Collection a little later. Then bring up the midtones a bit, and the shadows a little bit. Okay, now here's what happens when you go all the way to the top here for the shadows. What happens when you go all the way to the bottom? You don't want that. You want enough to show, but not too much, and then the blacks. Yeah, we'll probably want to. Sometimes darkening the blacks helps, and sometimes, like this is what happens when you put it all the way up, all the way down, just like the shadows. So yeah, that looks good. Okay, so now we can do a little bit of exposure compensation. Let's brighten it up just a bit. Alright, so now we turn on contrast. Now we don't want it to be too contrasty. The micro contrast. Then this is where you can manipulate colors. Now, if you oversaturate it, this is what it looks like. You see how overly saturated it is, and if you take it away, it looks completely black and white. With vibrancy, same thing. Too high, it looks. Hey, Nami, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I'm just on the first photo, so you didn't miss it. How are you doing today? Yeah, so you see, when you put up the vibrancy all the way, it looks too much like a painting or a cartoon. Too low, and it looks completely flat, so you want to put it up a little bit. Okay, so, let's see here. What else can we do? Right, so now, we'll send this over to the Nick collection. And choose Color Effects Pro. And if there is anything that, and if there's any dust spots that need to be removed, I'll just load up Affinity Photo. And yeah, it does require a little bit of patience when you're moving between different pieces of software. Well, I just started. This is literally just the first photo. Yeah, so yeah, yeah, you get to see the whole thing. Good that you're doing well. How's the Apex going? Okay, so we can worry about this afterwards. First, put in a polarizing filter. Now, this is what happens when you put it all the way, and you have to do a little bit of polarization. And okay, so edit the shadows. There's not much we can do there. Now, the next thing we can do is do something about the foliage here, and choose this green one because it is green grass. Now, if I put it all the way up, you'll see that it turns nuclear green. If I put it all the way down, it again looks flat. So you want it to be not too flat, but uh, not too bright. So we'll keep it there, and then the next thing I can do is let's try this brilliance and warmth one. Add a little Now again, see, this is what happens when you put in saturation, and you can see the grass looks completely nuclear green. Add a little bit of saturation. We don't want to warm it up too much, but we can cool it off just a little bit. And as you can see now, I'm starting to be able to save the sky a little bit. It was a little smoky, but not as bad as it is now. So next up, let's add in a sunlight filter. Well, okay, maybe not a sunlight. That just doesn't work. Usually a sunlight filter does work, but with the smoky sky, it doesn't work. So let's see what else can we put in here. Yeah, we'll want a neutral density, and now when you turn it down all the way, you can see what it does. It completely darkens it. If you turn it up too high, it ends up making it too bright. So we'll put it about there, and put it a little bit there, and then blend it a bit, and try and shift it up a bit. Okay, we don't need to do a rotation there. Oh. Shadows just a little bit, highlights a little bit, and let's see. Anything else that's needed? Well, yeah, I think we'll need to remove those dust spots, so let's see here. Else? No. So I'm gonna save that and then load up Affinity Photo. So now go to then load up Affinity Photo to get rid of those dust spots. And again, loading software, yeah, requires a bit of patience. Uh, uh, yeah, this is the thing about waiting for the software to load. It requires some patience there. Oh, hey, Laura, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, just you have to remove some dust spots from the first photo. So, uh, so yeah, just wait for this software to load up. All right, so, well, so what I'll do is I'll hit that one, and then it's a matter of looking for them. Right, so now let's have to remove some dust spots that we can see here. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, yeah, you get to see the magic behind the photos that I end up posting. Oh, there's another one. Hey, let's see. Oh, yeah, there's another dust spot. Yeah, I've had a lot of demand for this. This is the first time I've ever done a photo editing stream. Okay, so and in case you're wondering what I shoot the photos in, it's anything else that get rid of that since I'm not sure what that is. Here. Oh, here. Now, sometimes it's easy to miss these dust spots and print them out, and in case you wonder what format I shoot shoot the photos in, it's in RAW format, and that's basically what's taken straight off of the sensor. See anything else here? Before I used to shoot in JPEG, and really, I find that's a useful way to learn how to take photos, because then you realize how much detail you can get from from. That's how you learn how much detail you can get when you shoot the photos in RAW. Because one thing that happened then when I started editing photos was there was a lot of pixelation and blockiness in the skies, especially, and sometimes with areas in the shadows, you end up seeing these various colors that shouldn't be in a photo pop up. And one thing is that since I've been shooting the photos in RAW, and none of those things happen. You can get a lot of detail. Only thing you have to do is remove the dust spots, but that's still better than spending a long time trying to get rid of all those extra colors. Right, so I think I got rid of all the dust spots there. Right, so I think all the dust spots are gone. But it's always a good idea just to double check. Sometimes you can miss something. Right, let's see here. Okay, I think I got rid of all of them. Okay, I think I got rid of all of them, so now it can be exported. And when you have, like, I don't know, I haven't used Photoshop, so I don't know, but in Affinity Photo, you can export it as all different types of files. If you're gonna be using multiple pieces of software like I do, the best thing to do is in one software, it's best to export as a TIFF, and that way you don't lose any data. Because one thing that I've learned about JPEG is every time you save it, you lose a little bit of data, and you end up with a lot of problems there, especially when you want to go back and fix it. Okay. Oh. Okay, so that's the first one done. And now, what I'll tell you is when I didn't have ON1 PhotoRAW and TXO Photo Lab, it would take a long, long time to edit each photo. And the reason is because of the chromatic aberration, because that without the right software, that can be very difficult to remove. So go to the second photo here. And again, as you can see, there was smoke on Monday. And there was a lot of smoke on Monday, so yeah. So let's check, see if there's any chromatic aberration here. Easier if you don't go into... Okay, looks like there was, but it's hard to tell. It doesn't look like there'll be any residue left. Oh, don't really need to do much, I don't think. Okay, well, anyway, here's oh, really? Oh yeah, here, like I mean, Monday, there was a bit of smoke, but I mean, as the week has progressed, it has gotten pretty bad over here. So many fires in British Columbia, and as it turns out, there's also some uh, uh, in parts of the Pacific Northwest states. So all that smoke is flowing over here. It's with the now with this thing here, it's a preset, but it's something that I downloaded for free because or for free. Like I looked at a YouTube video, and this one guy had a YouTube video on there. Oh, here we go. Be able to see the dust spots here. I'm sure. Let's see, it'll be easier to see any dust spots with it a little darker. Okay, so oh wow. Yeah, like here, I mean, you can barely see the blue in the sky, and you can't even see the clouds over here. In but it's actually worse than what you see in these pictures, and that's just a few days ago. Okay, so now, because it doesn't look like there's going to be a chromatic aberration, but of course, if I have to restart, I will do that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's becoming just like 2018. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's how it had started for us. Just like a little thin layer of haze, and then it just kept coming. It was becoming just like 2018 because I remember by the time August came around, I couldn't even see the sky. Um, Imagine all those people who had outdoor weddings in the smoke that year. So, what I'm doing now is I'm getting rid of dust spots before I start the editing. Uh, because this time there wasn't much chromatic aberration to remove. So, let's see. Is there. Oh, here's another dust spot. Alright, let's see here. Let's just adjust this so. Oh, there it is. That looks like it might be something to move. See here, what else? Let's see if maybe we can add a few more dust spots that way. Since we don't know what that is, could have been a bird, but I don't know if it is. So just remove that. Okay. Right, that might help out a little bit more. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, Dark One Zach, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I don't allow the swearing in my chat at all, so yeah, you're gonna have to watch for that. But how's your day going? Glad you could make it. Yeah, you're just like the stream just started about half an hour ago. And I'm only on the. Hey, that's good to hear. You're doing well. Yeah, the stream just started half hour ago. I'm only on the second photo, and right now I'm just looking for dust spots to remove before I go on. Uh, oh, okay. Yeah, I appreciate you coming by. Oh, hey, those are nice emotes. It looks like I got all of them, all the spots. Uh, and let's see here. Yeah, it looks like I got all the dust spots. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Oh, I did miss one here. Well, I would be enjoying the Calgary weather if it wasn't so smoky. Holy, I mean, uh, yeah, I got rid of all the dust spots, so, let me just, set the tone color, rid of this thing, as, yeah, it was, like, this is, Monday, and it's worse than this. Okay, so now we can, well, first thing we have to do is get it back to the lens that I'd used, and then get rid of all the purple, all the green color fringe. Yeah, yeah, it's starting to become the like 2018. I remember that was a really smoky summer, and I remember in August, it it was so bad that you couldn't really see the sky then. Okay, so I'll worry about exposure afterwards. Let's see if we can do something about the highlights. Okay, so we'll get that much. Oh, yeah, we had to bring the highlights almost all the way down because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see anything. So midtones and the shadows. Turn down the shadows a little bit. Okay, whites will turn down a little bit. Now we can do something about the exposure a little bit. And then blacks. Bring that down a little bit. Recover the highlight hue. Now color. No. No, I'm gonna sit out the Stampede this year. I did go a couple of years ago to Olympic Plaza and on Stephen Avenue where they had some of those things, but uh, and got some photos there. But yeah, I'm not gonna go to the Stampede grounds this year. So what's your daylight? And we can increase the saturation a bit and increase the vibrance a bit. That can help out the sky a little bit. Details. See if we can do a little bit of sharpening. Okay, so now, with the on-one photo raw, it's a lot different here. Oh, okay. Uh, well, if you think you can get photos, you should take the camera, but if you don't think you can, then leave it at home. That's the best advice I can give you. Sort of color enhancer. See what this does. Oh, yes, foliage. Okay, that's a little too bright for the green. What I'll do is I'll turn down the saturation. Turn on the saturation for the green. Yeah, that looks a little better. Okay, let's see what else can we do. Don't need to do that. Okay, so another one is I can do. We need to adjustments. See how this works, because 30. Okay, so maybe add a little bit there. Okay, you have a good day at work. Let's see here. Oh no, maybe increase the detail just a tad. So now, what else can we look at? Okay, we can see if we can add a polarizer. Oh, we don't want that. We want a polarizer here. Okay. Okay. And what we might usually the polarizer in here works, but again, it's a little tougher when you have that. Okay. Look, yeah, I guess we can do that. Then let's see, what else can we do? Get the sunshine filter. Let's do a no. That's see, that's the thing with all that smoke and haze. It limits what you can do. No, we don't need that. No, we don't need that. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll then put this into um a collection. The color effects program that you saw me use with the first photo. Oh, let's see here. Effects there. Yep, that's the one. We don't have to use as many filters in this one then that did with the first one, because I did so many edits already on one photo raw. And in case you're wondering why I'm doing the graduate neutral density and color effects instead of in here, you can't get the proper effect that you need and the proper type of editing that you need. So it's better to just do it in here. Hey, don't need a polarizer. We already did that. This one. So that, do that, and then okay, that looks like a good blend. Oh, shift it there. The shadows there. Oh, it's there. I don't think there's any. You know what? Let me just see. Sunlight filter. Oh, that's not gonna work. See if do something with that. Okay, so cool it off a little bit more. Yeah, I think that'll work. So let's first save the JPEG. I think I saved it in the wrong place. Saved it in the place where I edited photos from last Friday. So just gotta go back and put them in the right one. There. So now I'll just save that. And we can move on to the next one, which is, oh, a baseball diamond that's there. Now I got two angles, as you can see from the baseball diamond. One from the side, and one is, you know, this one wasn't actually closed, so able to go in and get the pictures. So let's edit that. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of chromatic aberration. Let's see if I can get rid of the fringing first before I do any other work, because... Okay, we'll have to do another software, which is PhotoLab. That one, that one. Yeah, here it was still a little better, sky, but still, you can see that haze and the smoke. Didn't do anything. Oh, not that it did much. Made much of a difference with the white balance there, but still zoom in and just check out the. Okay, now that the chromatic aberration is gone, we can just that purple fringing, then more, and in case you're wondering how I'm able to quickly get back to the original image size, I just do now. It's gonna be a little different with Windows and Mac. On a Mac, it's Command 0. On Windows, it's Control 0. Um, with Macs, the Command button is the Control button that you have on Windows. So now, let me just Horizon. There it is. It did come out a little crooked. So, oh, time the auto worked. The auto horizon worked. It's actually pretty straight. Okay, so an exposure compensation. DxO Clearview Plus. Now we'll go into selective tone. So, well, the highlights didn't really need to be brought down too much. Okay, the midtones, a bit, shadows, shadows. Hey, I selected it. I'll bring that up a little bit. Bring up the blacks a little bit. Let's see here, smart light. Bring it. Oh, I didn't really do too much there, so we'll bring it back to 25. Down that exposure just a little bit. And contrast, a little extra contrast there, and a little micro contrast. A little extra vibrancy there. We'll saturate a little bit more. Um, okay, let's go into the Nick collection. Now, with the Nick collection, as you see, it's a set of tools that help with enhancing the image more. Some of the filters, as you saw, you can't get in either of these two pieces of software. And I don't know if Affinity Photo has things like that. Like, it would probably be a lot more work to get those types of effects. So, that's where having the Nick collection comes in now. Before, it used to be owned by Google. Remember, it was an independent company, the Nick company, and then Google bought it over, and they made it free, but they didn't do anything with it. Didn't put any updates, didn't put any new things. They just uh, left it as is. And then Google announced that if they couldn't find a buyer uh, for the Nick collection, they would just end it. wouldn't be available anymore. So DxO bought it over, and well, the the first two they did a really good job with. From what I like, I had Nick Collection 2, and then so I could get Photolab. Like, there's two versions of DxO Photolab. One is I think standard or something like that, and the other is elite. Elite allows for the more advanced chromatic aberration removal. I had to get elite if I wanted to do the proper chromatic aberration removal. So I bought Nick Collection 3 so I could get this, because they came as a package last year, and now they're at Nick Collection 4, but I haven't read too many good things about it, that they haven't really done too much. Okay, so now you see with the polarization, this is what happens. That doesn't look natural, as you can see, and we'll put in a little bit shadows. And yeah, there is really no need for me right now to upgrade to Photolab 4 or later this year 5 or the Nick Collection, the new version of Nick Collection. So I'm happy with what this has. Let's see, sunlight filter works better. Yes, it does. So here's what happens when you put sunlight filter all the way up. Doesn't look natural. And then when you look down, doesn't look too much like there's much sunlight. So put it about there, a little bit more than what the default was. The light temperature. This is what happens when we put it in blue. What happens when we put it there? So put it about there. We can turn down the brightness a little bit. You see, when you turn down the brightness all the way, it probably looks darker than it should. So put it about there. With contrast, a little more. We want a little more saturation there. Then the next thing is, let's put in graduated neutral density. And upper we can do like that. Lower we can do like that. We can blend it a bit more. Vertical shift. Okay, there. Don't really need to do any rotation. Right, so now let's see. Well, let's check out that brilliance and warmth filter. See if that does anything. Oh yeah, that is a little bit more. Do that, and if we want to cool it off, we can do that. If we want to warm it up just a bit, I think I'll warm it up. And anything else I need to add? Yeah, it doesn't look like we need to do anything else. So, we'll save it. We'll make sure we select the right folder this time. Here it is. And see, actually, you know what? There's a step missing, because again, we have to make sure that there's no. We'll have to overwrite that file then. So, because we have to check to make sure that there's no dust spots. So we'll save that. Okay, so we just guess we'll go to here and go into here and we'll have to overwrite that file. And yeah, and wait for Affinity Photo to load up again. So now I'll round for. Okay, I think. Oh, there's a dot. Hey, wait. How do I get this normal again? Okay. I'll have to load up the software again because I don't know how to get it straight. Actually, instead of pressing the option, I pressed command and scrolled the wheel. So, in case you're wondering how to rotate the photo like that in Affinity Photo and I think also Photoshop, that's how you do it. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, there was the dust spot of that. Just in case, the dust spot. I got rid of that. Okay, let's see. What else is there? Doesn't look like there's anything over there now. Okay. Now, in case you're wondering how. Hey, Kendall! Glad you. How are you doing? Glad you could make it. So, for those of you wondering how I'm getting this circle bigger and smaller, okay. Now you'll know on your keyboard beside the P key, there's these square brackets. The left square bracket shrinks the size of this. Uh, oh, hey, Booyah, babe! Hey, glad you could make it. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm just on, I think, the third photo. So yeah, you didn't miss too much. Okay, so, now let's get rid of that dust spot there. Okay. Uh, okay, so let's see who followed. Well, I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a good day so far. Yeah, photo editing is going well. Oh, Mac Games, thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. How are you doing today? Yeah, and again, everybody, if you have any questions about photo editing, okay, yeah, appreciate the lurk. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate you coming in. And again, everybody, if you have any questions about photography or yeah, it is fun to show everybody the process that goes on behind all the how the photos end up the way they do. Uh, oh, hey, Playful Light. Thanks for coming in. How are you doing? And again, everybody, if you have any questions about photography or photo editing, just let me know. I think I'll get rid of that plane from the sky here. We don't need the plane in the sky. Yeah, if you have any questions, like, just ask them, and I'll do my best to answer them. If I don't have a proper answer, I'll be honest that I don't know the actual answer, but like, definitely I'll give the best answer I can. Okay, I think I got rid of all the dust spots that are visible. Oh, I'm doing good. Yeah, the photo editing is going well. Uh, this is just looking. Okay, I don't think I have any more dust spots. So yeah, this is just the third photo. Let's export that. Okay, so we'll replace that. Okay, so now move on to the next one. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I hope the therapy goes well, Kendall. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk. So now the next one is going to be okay. We'll already know I'll have to do this in Photo Lab, but yeah, I will. We since I already know it's going to get rid of all that chromatic aberration, I can just and the more again for everybody who just came in case you're wondering what I'm talking about with the chromatic aberration and the more chromatic aberration. This is mainly in photo files that are taken straight from the camera when it's saved to the memory card. Uh, like everybody who has a digital camera has to have a memory card, otherwise, they're just taking photos without an ability to save them. Um, in fact, I don't think a camera will take any photos without a memory card in them. So, when you shoot in RAW, uh, the image, especially on a bright sunny day, but sometimes also on a cloudy day, you'll see these like if you zoom in real close, you'll see these purple and green lines. So those have to be removed, otherwise the image is not going to look good. And more, it's more common in things like gravel here. Definitely the fences, sometimes walls here. Uh, so. Uh, So it's a good idea to try and remove those as well because that doesn't look good either, especially when it's all printed. So let's get the horizon straight because it's a little crooked. Um, I won't do any perspective editing with this because when I was in the outfield of this baseball diamond, um, oh, we don't want local adjustments. We want horizon. uh, this is actually how it looks, so there's not much I can do there with that thing. There's no perspective editing I can really do there. Right, so I think that's yeah, that looks pretty straight. Okay, so we'll go daylight for the white balance, and we'll worry about exposure compensation after. Now, in case you're wondering with the CXO Clearview Plus is, it helps get rid of haze that's in the photos. It really helps with the sky when it's not cloudy, or well, yeah, when it's not cloudy and when it's not smoky. Now you see how the sky looks. This is Monday. It does not look like that today. You can barely see the blue and any clouds. Oh yeah, here's a cloud that's visible, for instance. You can't see it today. That's how smoky it got just in a few days as the week went on. So, okay, so what we'll do is we'll bring down those highlights. Okay, and up the midtones a bit. Let's see if we can. Okay, maybe turn down the shadows a little bit, and maybe turn down those. I'll maybe turn up the blacks just a little bit. Okay, and then don't know if smart lighting will really do much, but anyway, okay, maybe turn on the exposure just a little bit now that we know. Now, contrast, that a little, that a little extra contrast here, and a little extra micro contrast. So now, for everybody who just came into the stream, let me show you something about vibrancy and saturation. If you turn it all the way up, see, look, it looks like a painting. It doesn't look natural. Turn it all the way down, and it doesn't look good either. So you want to turn it up if you think it's going to need a little more, or turn it down if you think it's going to need a little less. And with saturation, same thing. Turn it up, looks way unnatural. Turn it all the way down, and you get a black and white photo. Um, and if you weren't intending to take a black and white photo, you want to turn it up just a little bit like that. Okay, so let's send this into Color Effects Pro. Only thing is just having to wait for everything to um, load up. Okay, a couple of photos I'll show you the trick that I was talking about with HDR editing that I use, but also tell you that another way people will get it, do an HDR photo. Okay, so polarization definitely will want. Now, again, if you put it all the way up, it doesn't look natural. So let's turn up the shadows. Let's see. Oh, okay, that's what it is. So that way, that still looks okay. Filter. And if for those of you using Nick Collection, it's always important to click that Add Filter button because, and this has happened to me. This is why I'm telling you. You think you've gotten something, and then you press another filter, and all of a sudden you lose everything that you did because you forgot to press that Add Filter button. So let's see. Okay, that's if you want to cool it off. Let's put it there. Turn down the brightness a little bit. Okay, contrast. So we'll do this saturation. Now, this is what I mean. I'm not gonna do it like I'm gonna just do some kind of an edit here. Like it's not gonna be saved or anything. Now you choose another filter and you forget to press that add filter button. This is what happens. Then you go back and you see how it resets. So yeah, that's why you have to make sure you always press the add filter button when you're using a Nick Collection tool. Okay, then do foliage. Okay. Let's see. Put it there, and then red, not fog, neutral density. Actually, it looks pretty good. Uh, there, and the shadows. Okay, that might look a little bright, so we'll trim that down a little bit. There. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, yeah, because the sky is showing, we have to make sure that there's no dust spots in there. Now, in case you're wondering, like, say, go on vacation or I'm in a place where there's lots of photos taken, how many do I end up with? Uh, it's a lot. Like if I'm on vacation and say I'm at the Penticton Peach Festival, um, I can end up with 600 or 700 photos. That could take me a while to get through. And then trying to post them all, that could take a while too to get through. Like, you're talking about maybe a week at least of editing, and maybe a week at least of posting the photos. Um, but, like, with regards to, like, just a few photos, maybe an hour tops. And same thing with posting the few photos, maybe an hour tops. So, okay, so there's a dust spot that was very visible. Okay, that one. Okay, that might be one, but not sure, but get rid of it anyway. Okay, let's see. Any other? Should be a few, sure, that are completely visible. So as I was saying, you see the cloud there? That was Monday. If I had gone yesterday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh, hey, Mochita! How are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Oh, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. And everybody. Yeah, there's the new sound alert for hosts. That's the other one I had to change. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Thanks, I appreciate that. In case you're wondering which one which sound alert that was, that's like I think it was a sister group called 1130, a Canadian sister group from Montreal called 1130, and song was Ole Ole, and I believe they were a one-hit wonder, and that was the one hit because and I think that came out in 1999 and played during the when Much Music was still about music. Oh, Teddy, hi, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. But yeah, that I believe, like when it was still music and not, well, whatever it is. Okay, and I'm just looking for. Oh, there's another dust spot. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, Jess is great. Great streamer, great person. So I appreciate that you found me on there. Right, let's see. If there. Yeah, Jess is great. He's definitely great. On another dust spot. I think that was a dust spot. Just a good idea to get rid of that. Look like that. Well, I think that might be a bird, but let's remove it since not 100% sure. Right, so I think I got rid of all the dust spots. So export it. Okay, so now we move on to the next one. Save that. Okay, I don't think there'll be any like aberration on this next one, but we'll just check. But these are some flowers that were in Confederation Park. Uh, the placement was at the base of a flagpole, but well, I was more concerned about getting the flowers than I was with the flagpole. Sometimes you have to make those decisions when you're taking photos. Do you take a picture of this one thing, or do you take a picture of another thing? And I chose the flowers. It looks like I'll be able to edit in here, and there won't be any dust spots to remove, so we won't have to do that. Yeah, okay, looks like I got rid of all the dust spots. Or not all the dust spots, all the chromatic aberration. Yeah. And this is why I got, like, in case you're wondering what software I used to use for photo editing, like I've had Affinity Photo for a long time, but I also used to use, well, when it was called MacFun Creative Kit, and then they changed their name to Skyloom, and let me just straighten this out a little bit. Okay, there we go. Anyway, like after they changed their name to Skyloom, they had this software called Luminar. The only let you know the only Skyloom software I use now is Aurora HDR. It's a really good one. I know they did a good job of it on the Mac. I don't know how it is on Windows because haven't done any photo editing on Windows before, so I can't really say. But what happened with Luminar? The chromatic aberration removal was really bad. And a big problem with them was that they would mostly say, oh, we're going to put in this feature or that feature, but then they never did. And then they would make you pay, and then they would put in the new features into their new version of the software and make you pay for that, even though they promised it in the old version of the software. So it just got to the point where I just said, no, I don't want to use that anymore. And so I started looking again, and that's how I found DxO Photo Lab and On One Photo Raw. And I'm a lot happier with these pieces of software. So let's use the contrast down the. Oh, let's see, what do we do with the highlights? Okay, maybe we don't want to do that. That'll make the flowers too bright. Okay, so we'll do that much with the highlights. It's not. Okay, we'll turn down those midtones then. Shadows, yeah, we'll up the shadows a little bit. Turn on those whites. Blacks, we'll turn down as well. Okay, so now the color, yeah, daylight will work here. And with exposure, we can do a little bit more here. Then, okay, saturation, add a little extra. Or maybe we can desaturate a little bit. Let's see, what, I don't know. We'll add a very little extra saturation here. Vibrance. Maybe we can add a little extra. And in terms of the details, that's some extra sharpening here. Okay, now let's see, what other effects can we put? Okay, let's see if we can add some clarity to this thing. Yeah, that seems to work out well. So add a little extra clarity. Okay, maybe turn on those highlights a little bit more. Turn on those whites a little more. Oh, oh, no. There, we can, okay, that looks like that worked, right? So now, add that color enhancer. Oh, maybe we can do something with the foliage. Okay, turn down that saturation. That looks a little. Oh, yeah, turn down that saturation quite a bit. I want to see what it looks like without it. There and there. And let's see. What else can we add here? That sunshine filter. Get a little more natural. Here. What else when we do glow? Nope. Oh, we don't want too much glow. A little bit is fine. Saturation. Don't want to desaturate it too much. Okay, that should work. Now, what else? I don't think there's anything else that we need to do now. Here's how you export the photos in here. Let's check something. You just do that. Okay. I want that. Hold on. Hold on. I want to export it yet. We have to make sure it resizes properly. Because we did do that cropping, so in that way it could straighten out quite a bit, because the picture came out a little crooked. Let's see. Okay. Oh. Okay, let's just check and okay, here we are. Edit. I'm gonna edit that. Now this is the slightly tricky part because when it's cropped, you have to make sure that okay, there's the dimensions. Let's see if we can export that now with the proper dimensions. Nope. Okay. Make sure it's the proper dimensions so it doesn't have anything. Resize, maybe? We will have to go into resize and export it that way, so in that way it's proper dimensions, because otherwise what ends up happening is there's a blank space, like when you load up the image in preview. Let's make sure. Now let's export. Okay, file type. Oh. We want to make sure it's exported to the correct folder here. All right. Okay, so let's go to Photo. Okay, there we go. Well, let's just check to make sure that exported properly. There. Okay, here it is. So it did export properly. And let me just go into channels. Okay, so those I'll go into the browse and look at it that way. And so we'll get rid of that. Let me just rename this file. There we go. So now, hold on, I don't think there will be any chromatic aberration in this one. Let me just check. But I'll show you the trick then for HDR editing with this image. At least the trick that I use for HDR editing. Let's check. Okay. So there's a lot of green and okay. We can't use this software. We have to use this software because there is a little bit of chromatic aberration. Right. Now, okay, we can only straighten it out in there. Stuff in there. Get rid of the chromatic aberration. Get rid of the moire because sometimes moire can also show up in the water here. Alright. Now here's the trick that I use for HDR editing. And this only works with raw photos. Well, I don't think it'll work properly with JPEG photos, but again, I haven't done it, but it will work with raw photos. That I know. What you do is you create a virtual copy, the first one. Okay, there it is. And you create a second virtual copy. Then go to the first virtual copy and make it underexposed. So you go to exposure compensation. I think you can do -1. Now this will require a little trial and error, of course, but okay. So there it is. Then you go into the second one and you overexpose it by 1. Although it might require a little trial and error, like I said, goes onto Aurora HDR. Then what you do is you select all 3. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Go export to application. And here you have to make sure all this is like that. And export. And just see what comes out with for HDR. Now, the other way people will do HDR photo taking, I haven't done this myself, I'll be honest. It requires a little more time than what I usually have available. But what other people do is you'll use an either an HDR setting in the camera, and the camera will take like 3 images or 5 images or whatever setting it's at for an HDR image. Or people will take the same photo of a scene 3 times. What they'll do is they'll take one photo, then the next photo they underexpose, then the third photo they'll overexpose, or they'll take 5 photos. They'll take one photo, and the next 2 photos, like the first photo, they'll underexpose a little bit, then they'll underexpose the second photo a little bit more. And then the fourth photo, they'll overexpose a little bit, and then overexpose a little bit more the fifth photo. Um, and again, like same thing with 7, 9. Like you can put in a lot of different, a whole different set of brackets for HDR imaging. But this is also a very useful trick if you just have one image but you want to make it an HDR image. Let's see, here we have minus 1.6 plus. Uh, see here. What it is, minus 1 plus 1. Um, software. Anyway, I think this will work. Then, here. Oh, I don't think there are any alignment, and does this already remove the chromatic aberration, or because this will, well, that one already removed the chromatic aberration. We can just check that alignment box and continue on with the HDR editing, and you'll see it's a lot different compared to the normal photo editing. And yeah, it does take a while for thing to generate the HDR, like what you need for editing it. Okay, here we are. So as you can see, it's a little different interface here. So the daylight here, and then exposure. And there's a few different sliders here that allow you to make the image in HDR. First one is HDR Enhance. You can see if you put it all the way up, it looks like that. All the way down, which it was set to originally, there was no HDR. Put it in like that, and then a little bit of smart tone. I'm gonna turn on the highlights a little bit. Shadows, probably a little bit up. Okay, maybe turn up the whites. Okay, let's see what happens when I turn down the whites. Nope. I have to turn up the whites. And the blacks, yeah. A little bit of that turning down. Of course, the saturation. Vibrance now, this color contrast. Like you turn it all the way up, it looks like that. But don't have to have it all the way up like that. Now, there's another way, or here are 2 other sliders that help with the HDR. One is HDR structure, which you turn it all the way up like that. You see, it turns like that. Turn all the way down, it takes away the HDR. Turn it up like that. A little softness. Then, if you want to boost it, there's that slider. Now, HDR microstructure. This is what it does when you turn it all the way up. And well, there are some elements where see. And the denoise, this is more like, you have a sky or a park image or something like that, but we don't have to do any denoise. Image radiance, turn it all the way up, this is what it does, so you don't want it to be too much like that. The vividness, warmth, that's the same as the brilliance warmth slider you saw earlier. In color effects, versus the polarizing filter, well, there's not much of a sky, so we don't really need it. Oh, here's another thing for HDR. You turn up the details boost all the way. You can see how crunchy that looks, but doesn't look too nice, does it? So you turn it down, and here's what it looks like when it's turned all the way down. Again, looks a lot more blurry, doesn't it? So we're doing HDR editing. There. Now this glow, it's more for when it's at nighttime and you want like, lights to glow a little bit more. Top and bottom lighting, this is basically a graduated neutral density filter. Okay. And you can also set the orientation. More. And set the orientation. And do like that, and then that. Oh, dodge and burn. This is dodge is if you want, I believe, darken. Dodge and burn anyway. Like, okay, so you see lighten and darken. That's if there's certain parts of the image you want to lighten. That is a dodge. A burn is if you want to darken certain parts of an image. So you burn it. Let's see what happens when we try and burn that. See, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. Let's reset that. And but that's what it does. I think that's all that's needed to be done with this one. So export that. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Oh, there. And we'll save that as a JPEG because there's no need to do any removal of dust spots since it's an image of a creek. Or save it. So yeah, now you know some of the tricks behind HDR how HDR photos look the way they look. So if you ever want to try HDR uh, as photos, either take the bracket, like take the pictures in the camera and create brackets that way, or use the trick that I showed where you create virtual copies. Then do the exposure inside the program, the exposure compensation there under exposing and overexposing, and then send it into an HDR program. I don't know of any free ones, but if you do a Google search, I'm sure you'll find a free one. Or if you're on a Mac, just do a search for HDR, and you should be able to find something that might be free. And of course, there are paid ones. Aurora HDR paid one, but the latest version is 2019, and Skyloom hasn't done anything since then with HDR software. Even though Aurora HDR is a very popular software. Don't really need to do any, but we'll just do some color fringing editing, and then go in here. Let's see, some contrast there. We're darkening of those midtones, so lights, nope. Shadows. Oh, we don't want to darken the shadows, so a little bit there. With the whites, bring out the blacks a little more. Okay. Oh, well, we didn't really need to Okay, these are two sliders that I forgot about. Structure and haze. This one, as you can see, it brings detail or makes it more blurry. Now haze either adds fog or takes away haze. Pretty simple. Like that. A little extra saturation, extra vibrance. Okay, so in case you're wondering about where that slide, what sliders I was looking for, these were the two sliders I was looking for when I sorry, which one I edited. This one. I'm trying to look for it. What? We can go back in there. Oh, history. Go to browse. Go back in there and then add the structure that I wanted to add in. Yeah, I always miss those two sliders anyway. So, yeah. See? Do anything really? Not really. I mean, it doesn't really do anything there anyway, so we'll go back to the image that we're working on. Okay, anything else I need to do? No. Anything else on here? So now we'll go to this effects and well, let's add some clarity. Yep. If we go too high, as you can see, it doesn't look as natural. Uh, so yeah, we don't really have to do any other tone enhancement. What tone we don't need? Okay, we can add a. Oh no, we don't want the photo filter. Tone enhancer maybe? A foliage, and we'll bring down that saturation a bit. There, that still looks a little better. What else can we do? This one. Water balance, what does this do? It's shadows, what was best? I didn't see anything there that might work. Sunshine. Yeah, and then we'll do natural. Yeah, see? It's really nice. And what else can we... Oh, let's. These are called lookup tables. They can, as you can see from the description, can't really point my mouse there, and you wouldn't be able to see my finger pointing, but it changes the color of the photo. I'll just show you an example of some of the things that LUTs can do. Um, as you can see, you can add a different effect. Ooh, that looks kind of nice, doesn't it? The effect. And I have some on this computer, but okay. You see all the different effects that you can get a lookup table? Ooh, that looks... It doesn't look too bad. We'll just put that in there. Etc. What happens when... Oh, okay. Yeah. You see, that's what lookup tables do. They just affect the color a little bit. But yeah, we found something that actually enhanced the photo. Usually I haven't used them too much. In fact, I don't really use them too much because usually I don't add too much to the photo. But this time, I actually enhanced it a little bit. That sunshine one. I don't really need to do any noise reduction. Yeah, I think we're good. So, do is I'll export this. Yes, okay. And, okay, so export it. And move on to the next photo. Okay, so now we'll go back, move on to the next one. But before I move on to the next one, I'll just be right back. I'll go to the washroom. Okay, I'm back. Actually, yeah, I just remembered when I was in the washroom, I forgot to thank a person who followed me. Was it Wednesday night? This was well after. This was well after my stream. So yeah, Tugga 115. Yeah, thank you for that follow on Wednesday night. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, you'll be able to make it to a stream at some point. Okay, so now, uh, go to this one. We'll check out the chromatic aberration since some of the sky is showing. Um, Hopefully there isn't too much. It can be easily removed in this one. Let's check. See how. Let me just check in the other software before I continue on. Let's just check that out. That did a better job of removing it. Yes, it did. So we'll edit it in this one. Oh, Wit! Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Uh, okay, I appreciate that. Right, so let's see here. The purple fringing and also the moire. Then we'll do daylight there. Turn that on, but first, make sure that first deal with the highlights before. So do something with the midtones there, shadows there. Oh, okay. So we'll want to bring them out, the shadows, and then through the blacks. Yeah, we'll probably want to lighten the blacks a little bit there. Then what can we do with exposure? Okay, there we go. So that's the exposure here. Smart lighting. Well, there's not much that can be done with that. We will add some contrast. Micro contrast. So now add some color here. I don't think this is really crooked, so we don't need to do much with the horizon. Well, maybe. Well, the trees over there are already crooked, but let's see what they have done here. No horizon. That's what I figured. Okay. Don't think there. So now we'll send it to color effects. And in case you're wondering why I don't, in terms of the black and white editing, why I haven't done any yet, it's because it's at least like everybody's different, of course. Some people prefer black and white. Some people don't, and I'm one of those who don't like black and white editing too much. Like, if I know an image will look good in black and white, I'll definitely do it, but uh, that doesn't happen too often. So, will polarization really do? Nah, well, polarization is not going to do much with this photo. So, straight to the sunlight filter. Yeah, that looks good. Let's turn on that brightness a little bit. We don't want it too dark. As you can see, we don't want it too bright. Just turn it down a little bit there. Maybe over there. Contrast. Okay. Saturate a little bit more. But we don't want it. We want it to still be warm because it was still warm that day. And it wasn't as smoky as it is now. So let's see here. Add a filter. Let's add that filter. Now, in terms of like what is called split toning, that works way better when you're talking about sunset pictures, especially sunset pictures over water. And like you can do orange and blue, or purple and blue, or red and blue, and like with the sunsets, it really brings out the purples and the oranges and the yellows and the blues and even the reds in the sky as the sun is going down, and especially when it's reflecting off the water. So that's why I don't use those filters when I'm editing daytime photos. This is the other filters can I use? Oh, detail enhancement. Now this one, this is what it does. Like you put it all the way like that. As you can see, yeah. I want to extract a lot of detail out of it. Don't really have to do that with nature photos though. When it comes on to detail extraction. This one works better when you're dealing with buildings and rocks and things like that. Get a lot of detail out of those things, but although yes, there are rocks, but I mean when it's just like a rock or a couple of rocks, not like when it's nature like this. Yeah. This one. That shift it up a bit, and oh, okay, so I don't think that slider's going to do much. All right. So, and I don't think there's going to be anything we can do with removing the dust spots because there's so many things going on. or there's so many things in the photo that it will cover up the dust spots, so I have to do that. Oh, foliage, yes. So we'll want the foliage filter here. And we don't, now as you can see, nuclear green there. So if we enhance it just a bit, it looks natural, but not like, nuclear green. So, save that image. And again, as I'm going through the photos, if anybody has any questions for me, uh, feel free to ask them. I'll do my best to answer them. Right, so save that. And the reason why I save that is because it's saved as a TIFF, and TIFF files, unlike JPEGs, um, you don't lose any of the data in a TIFF file. You will lose the data in a JPEG file, especially if you're constantly editing and constantly changing. How do I know this? I've done it before, like where I've had to adjust something in a TIFF file versus a JPEG. The JPEG doesn't come out as well, the TIFF does. So now, the next one, I don't think there will be too much in that, so let's see. Yeah, this I think will need to be straightened out anyway because little it looks a little crooked there. Okay, let's just check to make sure no chromatic aberration in here. Okay, so let's get rid of the. Okay. And again, in case you're wondering how I'm able to quickly get it back to the original image size, I'm on a Mac, so it'll be Command 0. On a Windows machine, it's going to be Control 0. Okay, there we go. Now we'll go in here. We'll worry about exposure afterwards. So, yes. Okay, there. Oh. Okay. See what happens when I turn down this. Okay, it's not gonna make too much of a difference. Okay, those blacks will turn down a little bit, and okay, so there's the. Oh, another thing that I forgot to mention about HDR, if there's atmospheric haze in your photo, HDR editing will really do a good job at removing it as well. If you want to make the picture in HDR. Like obviously having the haze removal filter in any photo editing software is great, but like HDR will really do a good job with removing the haze in the photo. And also with but and also like if you remove the haze beforehand, that's also good. If you do it in software like this, but yeah, HDR is good with removing haze, but with smoke, it's not very good. How do I know this? I've tried it before. 2018, when me and my brother went to Jasper. It started out pretty clear, but the smoke drifted in from forest fires in British Columbia and I think the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. And And I remember we were at the Jasper Skytram, the top part, and we tried to take or I took a picture of like you can see the town of Jasper, like the layout and all that. So the buildings from the bird's eye view at the top of Whistler's Mountain, and got a picture, but there was smoke. When I tried to do an HDR edit to remove the smoke, it didn't work. So when I tried to use a haze removal filter, it didn't work. So when it comes down to smoke, I don't think sharpening is gonna work. Okay. When it comes down to smoke, it's not as good at removing it. Let's see. What? Let's see. Tone enhancer. See if we can add some clarity. Okay, not too much, just a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, nothing else. Then let's see here. What do this color enhance? Oh yeah, foliage. Then okay, let's do that saturation a little bit. Yeah, that'll work. Let's see what else we need. Sunshine filter, definitely. Let's see here. No, we don't want to add. Don't want too much glow. A little bit of glow there. A little bit of that. A little bit. Okay. What else can we add? Don't really need a lookup table there. Oh, this dynamic contrast filter. This is really good as well. When you have a picture of like rocks, a building. I'll just show you what it does. You do that. See what it does? How crunchy it makes it. We don't need that for this picture because it's already good like that. But yeah, when you have a building, a bunch of rocks, I didn't use it in the pictures that I took last Friday and posted in Discord last Saturday. Um, because I didn't think it would need it, but sometimes there's detail that's missing, and in the buildings, rocks, like some objects. That's a good way to bring out the detail. I think I don't really need weather effects here. Yeah, I think that's good. So let's check out photo size. Okay, there we go. Let's have it worked. Right, so we'll export that as a JPEG and then move on to the next photo. Alright, so now we'll go to the next one. Okay, that one I already know will have to be Photo Lab because there's going to be a lot of chromatic aberration, I'm sure. And again, this is Monday. Okay, this is Monday, the sky. Um, it's worse than that today. Okay, so, well, let me just throw the more to. Again, if you look at that sky, that's Monday. Imagine it being Not like you can still see some blue in the sky there. Today you can't really see the blue in the sky. So yeah, that's how much smoke has come over here. We'll do a daylight filter for the white balance. Worry about exposure after we do these other edits. So we don't have. So we'll enhance the shadows a little bit. No, we don't. We want to do that. Then what will the blacks? We'll do that with the blacks. Then let's see here. Exposure, can we turn down a little bit? Yeah, we can do that. We'll do something with the horizon. Oh, that's a little too much. So we'll bring it down a little bit, or maybe a lot, depending on what is needed. Yeah, that looks good. Let's see here. Oh, actually, slate looked pretty good anyway. Contrast and vibrancy and all that. Let's see here. And a little extra micro contrast. You don't have to do. Now with vibrancy, we can add a little bit more. Saturation a little bit more like that. And let's see here. Okay, I think we can. Yeah, we can send it off now into Color Effects Pro. Right, so we just gotta wait for Color Effects Pro to load up. Right. Now the first thing we might do is try the polarizing filter, see if that does anything. Sunlight filter we can wait on. Start off with polarization. Alright, so that looks like it's a good amount. Now we can do sunlight filter. But we don't need it that strong. Yeah. Do that. Maybe turn on the brightness a little bit. That. And saturation there. Alright, so now next up is we'll do foliage next. That's the grass and the trees a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. And the next one, okay, we'll do a graduated neutral density. Okay. Turn it down a little bit. Okay. Shift. Okay, like that. You can do the shadows and the highlights. Bit there. And I think that's actually looks like that's all that's needed, but You have to. And we also have to look for dust spots here because there's a little more sky showing up. Um, so we'll oh, there. We'll go here, and there it is. So gotta wait for this to load. Okay, there it is. Then we'll just make sure we zoom in here. Check to make sure there's no dust spots. Let's see. I saw. Uh, oh, let's just clear it out just in case. Never know. Oh, well, maybe there is some here. Yeah, looks like that's all the dust spots that I could find. So we'll export it. And move on to the next photo. Alright. Now let's see the next one. I think there'll be any chromatic aberration there. So we'll check it out. As you can see, there are picnic tables in Confederation Park. It is a place where people will go for picnics as well. I think we'll be okay here. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any chromatic aberration, any major ones. Yeah. So, let's see. Yeah, it looks pretty straight. Sort of. Contrast, let's see. Goes back. Do some midtones here. Those. Oh, hey, Care Bear! Hey, I'm glad for the lurk. Hope you have hope hope your day was pretty good. Yeah, I'm glad you could make it. I think about halfway through them. Not quite halfway through them yet. So let's turn on those blacks a little bit, and then let's get rid of some of the haze here, or don't have to get rid of that much. And we don't really need too much structure there, but we do need to have daylight showing up. Right, so now we'll go into the effects. I don't think there's any sharpening really needed. Then we'll go into Go straight into the photo filter to... Or, no, we don't need the photo filter. We need the foliage enhancement, so color enhancer, that's what we want. Do foliage, whew, that is really green. That's all I can say, that is really green. Let's turn that down a bit. Right, so now, let's see, what else do we need? Okay, so we'll see if clarity, yep, clarity definitely works. Let's see if we can do something else here with this tone enhancement. Oh, we don't need a, suppose it's a little too much there. Okay, do some whites. Okay, so now what else, and just remember we need that sunshine filter there. Get a little bit of warmth, extra saturation there, some glow. Then let's see here, what else? What else do we need? Oh, we did need that photo filter after all, because polarizer might be needed. Let's check out the polarizer. That really make a difference? Not really, so we don't need that. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll send that into Nick collection, do the neutral density, and then okay, there we go. So now set it into Blur Effects Pro. And in case you wonder why I always save it in a JPEG, because like if I need any extra editing, I mean the raw files are still there, but with the JPEG they're smaller, so they take up less space. Yeah, polarization wasn't needed. Try this one. Anything? Then we already did the sunlight. No. And we'll just do a graduated neutral density, and that should be it. Okay, we'll need to probably try that up a little more. And blend. Shift it vertically, and then some shadows, some highlights, and let's see what happens when we take that out. You know what, we don't need that filter after all. This is the only one we needed, so we'll save it as an image. Right? So now we'll save that, so in that way, if we have to come back to it, we can. Now, the next one is this one. Okay, well, I already know that there'll be some residue from the chromatic aberration. We'll put it in here. And again, as I was saying, this is Monday. You can still see the cloud. Today you wouldn't be able to see that cloud. That's how much smoke has drifted in here over the week. So, yeah. Okay, and we got to follow. Oh, hey, morning, doll. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're just uh, uh and oh, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just about halfway through the photos, so yeah, uh, yeah, there's still some photo editing to be done. Um, remember yesterday when I was talking about the smoke? Today, the smoke in Calgary compared to Monday when I took these photos. This is what I mean. As you can see, there's still some blue sky you can see, and you can see that cloud here. Oh, yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, anyway, with the today, you wouldn't be able to see that cloud, and you wouldn't really be able to see this much blue in the sky. So it's a good thing I went on Monday to get these photos. And before I get on with this photo, this hill here that I took a photo of, this is actually very popular for tobogganing with people. Like I remember when I went there in 2018 when like I couldn't go really into the picnic areas or anything like that because okay, I'm 6 foot I'm 6'1", okay? The snow went up to my knees. I'm 6'1", and the snow went up to my knees. That's how much snow had fallen that winter. So I couldn't really go. So when I went to Confederation Park, I could only walk on the pathways really. And oh yeah, that is a ton of snow. Yeah, that year, that winter, like especially from February all the way until the end of April, just. Oh, thanks, Care Bear. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway, but when I was walking in Confederation Park, I saw a lot of people tobogganing on this hill here. So that's how I know it's for tobogganing because I actually saw a lot of kids and even some adults tobogganing here. So let's see. Let's first get rid of that more as well. Here's the purple fringing. Here's the more. Oh, but yeah, that winter, it's kind of interesting. It's really interesting that 2018, we had that much snow, and then it was all smoky that summer. So I'll worry about the exposure after I deal with the highlights. Okay, and midtones. But yeah, this is Monday, and it was smoky, but like there's a little bit of smoke, and as you can still see some of the blue sky. You can see that cloud. Today, you wouldn't be able to see that cloud in this. You could barely see any blue in the sky. That's how much smoke has come over here. Oh, I think I'll move it up there. That with the clear view, and let's see what we can do with the exposure. Just a little bit. Okay, so we'll do that contrast there. And now, vibrancy and saturation. Okay, let's see what else we need. That looks pretty straight, so I don't think we'll need to do anything with the horizon adjustment. Okay, so export to color effects to do other edits. And then after we're done in Color Effects Pro, I'll have to remove some of the dust spots in Affinity Photo. Oh, I just realized something. I think I forgot to I forgot one other thing to do. Like all these notification alerts went off, and I forgot to set up the sound for. I forgot to set up the sound that I've set up in. I forgot to set up in what is it? OBS. Oh, I was so excited to get started on this stream. I forgot that one important thing. Okay, so let's see. Do anything with the polarizer? Um, yeah, we can do a little bit with that. Okay, so we'll add a filter. We'll add a sunlight filter there. Maybe let's see if we can turn on that brightness a bit. Okay, let's see here. I don't think the sunlight filter will really help. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, that's too dark. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see here now. I think that's good with the sunlight filter. So now, what I'll do is I'll put in that filter here, brilliance and warmth. See if I can put a little extra here. Okay. Okay. And as you can tell with this guy, you can start to see all the as I'm bringing out all the detail. There's all that smoke there, and still you can see some blue in the sky. Um, but yeah, but you can still see the clouds. But oh, Care Bear, oh, that's good to know that you're doing well. Yeah, sorry to hear that about the surgery. I'm glad things are okay now. So, next up is you'll do the graduated neutral density there, and you'll do that, and then shift it like that, and then see. Okay, do that with the shadows, then do that with the highlights. Let's see what else I need to do. Let's see what happens when I turn up melody a little bit. Okay, so Okay, we can't save that yet. We have to remove the dust spots here. And yeah, there will be a few that'll have to be removed. I can already see a couple. So we'll go into Affinity Photo then to remove those dust spots. Alright, so right, so now yeah, so that didn't take too long, so I will remove these dust spots here. Okay, so why those dust spots aren't going away? Okay, there we go, and then remove that one. And let's see here, move that one. Okay, and remove that. Yeah, sometimes these dust spots can be a little tough to remove. Okay, there we go. And no, there's another one here. Okay, and then remove that one. And let's see here. Alright, let's see. Any other dust spots in here? Oh, there's one. Another one. Let's see here. Okay, there's another dust spot there. Oh, that I know is a bird, so I'll just keep it in there. Now here there were more dust spots to remove. Let's see. Else. Yeah, removing the dust spots tends to take the longest, but it's easier when you don't, uh, when you have everything else already done. I think there's any others. Oh, might be one here. But again, as you can see with the sky here, yeah, still smoky, but not as bad as now. So export that. Now I'll move on to the next photo here. What's the next one? Okay, let's see if there's any. Oh, there might be, but we'll just check. Might be some chromatic aberration in this one. Okay, let's see what happens when we with the chromatic aberration here first. Okay, we'll cancel that and do it in here. Okay, so that should remove all of that. Yep. That's it. Get rid of the purple fringing. Then yeah, we might need to get rid of more chromatic aberration here. Okay. So I think we got rid of all of it. Uh, well, this is something that I didn't expect to have happen. Oh, there we go. I was wondering what was going on. Why isn't the preview showing up yet? But there it is. Okay. Okay, there it is. The light there, and then see here, select a tone. Let's get rid of the haze. Right. So let's see here. What happens? Okay. Darken those highlights a little bit. The midtones a little bit more. Shadows. Let's see. Blacks. Then let's see here. What happens when we, okay, we'll probably have to decrease the exposure just a little bit. There. And contrast. Right, so now we'll add a little vibrance here. A little saturation there. And let me just see what I can do to wait. Control point. See if I can increase the exposure there a little bit. And let's here, let's look for the shadows here. Which one? Oh, here it is. We can increase those shadows a little bit. Nope. Okay, I don't think this control point is gonna work. So I'll just delete the mask, and we'll do the. Yeah, we'll close that, and then we'll send it into our Effects Pro. Right, so we just gotta wait for the software to load up, and right, so now let's see what filter. Okay, I don't think polarization is gonna work here. Let's see here. We'll try. Um, try that one. Okay, I didn't know there was perceptual saturation. Okay, well, that one will an effect that we don't like. Okay, so we'll just do that. Then let's see here. Let's see, what else can we do? Oh, foliage. Yes, we'll want foliage. Enhance that. Let's enhance that a little bit. And we'll see if the sunlight filter works. Yeah, that should work this time around. Oh, got it. Okay. Sunlight. Okay, adjust the brightness there. Contrast, we'll do there. Okay, it's on the saturation this time. Then let's see here. And I think a graduated neutral density can be done. Add a little, let's add a little more there. A little more there. Let's see, let's see, okay, like, we don't want it that dark. Okay, yeah. And let's see here, what else can we do? I think all that's needed, since there's really gonna be no dust spots to worry about, we'll just save it here. And again, anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll definitely try my best to answer them. So we'll save that. Then let's go on to the next image, and I think it's something that shouldn't be too much chromatic aberration in it. So, let's pull up on one for raw. We'll that. Then, let's see here. Check to make sure that. Let's check to make sure there's no chromatic aberration in here before I start editing, because yeah. Yeah, that will not look good in the final picture. No, it doesn't look like there is any. So, I might just switch a little bit just in case. Okay, so, let's see here. Contrast. Turn on the highlights a little bit. Okay, turn on those midtones a little bit. Push with the shadows, yeah. Turn on. Oh, there's some more detail I didn't know about there. And see, this is the advantage of shooting in RAW. Like, I would not, like in JPEG, those rocks here may not have shown up. So, just the exposure a little bit there. And I guess a little bit of haze removal is not needed. Yeah, a little extra structure. Yeah, a little extra saturation and vibrance. Right, so now we don't need a layer. Don't need to add a layer. Color enhancer. Oh yeah, foliage will want to enhance, but not that much. So okay, there we go. That's a good amount. And let's see here. See how the clarity slider works. Okay, we'll put in that much. And let's see here. Maybe we can add in. Okay, let's see how it looks without that much. Okay, that seems to enhance it a little bit. Let's see what. Oh, sunshine filter, natural. Let's add some glow here. Extra here. Extra warmth. Okay, there we go. Right. And let's see the last one. I don't think a neutral density is going to be needed here. Yeah, I think that's good. So that and export it. Right, there we go. So we don't have to do any settings there. Actually, I might have to re-export that. Cancel. Let me just check to see if it, okay, let me just we don't need photo size there. Let's see here. I don't think I adjusted the size there. Let's just check this. Oh boy, yeah, you gotta love sometimes software there. And let's see here. Okay, there we go. Now we can export. Yes, this is one of the differences with on one photo raw here. You have to be careful like this when you're exporting and in the dimensions right and all that. Let's check to make sure I export okay. Alright, it did. Cancel, okay. And let's move on to the next one. Which one is the next one here? Tunnel, okay, yeah, so okay, so I'll tell you about the tunnel. Yeah, I'll tell you about how this tunnel is. Okay, now Federation Park in Calgary is divided in is essentially divided into two parts. There's one part where it's on one side of 10th Street Northwest, and there's another part on the other side, and the two are connected via this tunnel. So let's just check to make sure no chromatic aberration. So so you have to use this tunnel if you want to get into, like, if you want to get to both sides of Confederation Park. And so after I'm done editing this photo, then you'll see, like, the first set of photos you saw me edit were on the one side of Confederation Park. Like, I had parked in that 30th Avenue parking lot. So I took the pictures around there for the first part. And then, of course, I wanted to take pictures also on the other side, Confederation Park. So I took this tunnel. So I went under this tunnel. It's a pedestrian-only tunnel. Well, also cyclists go in there. People on their scooters will go in there. But yeah, uh, that's how you get to both sides of it. And um, what is that? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess there's nothing that can be done there. Anyway, that's fine. But inside the tunnel, as you can see, there's murals painted. It was too dark, and I don't know if it'll come out right with the flash and all that, especially because there's these lights in here. And sometimes when you have the lights and the flash, it can make the pictures not look good. But as you can see, there are murals there. So, do this a little bit of contrast. Yeah, turn down those highlights, I think. I don't want to too haywire with this because with this tunnel, um, maybe we can add a little bit. Flash? Nope, I didn't have a flash, but it does look good. Got a little extra saturation, extra vibrance there. Didn't really do too much with the tunnel here, so I don't think any effects will really do anything. Um, yeah, this tunnel, it goes under 10th Street, so let's check. Works okay. Yeah, that's all I can do really with this tunnel. There's not much that can be done with it, but we'll then soon see the other side of Confederation Park. And okay, so let me go into browse. Okay, here we go. Here's that one. I think there will be chromatic aberration, so I'll just edit it in here. Okay. All right. So what this is I don't really see a statue, but like what is it called? Somebody made this. I don't know when, but yeah, this thing. You park on 10th Street and you park on the west parking lot on 10th Street. You'll see this thing here. This um, structure here. Uh, I don't know exactly what that is, but yeah, that looked like something that was interesting to take a picture of. Oh, rid of the fringing here. Or okay, there we go. So we know it worked. Okay, so uh That made it more crooked, actually. So sometimes you have to do it manually like that because I don't know why it made it crooked like that. Okay, so you see that is working out better. That's straightening it out. Okay. Alright, so now that we got that, let's do daylight there. Alright, there we go, and you can see again, you can still see more of the blue compared to what it would be like right now. Turn on the highlights a bit. A little bit more. Shadows a little more. The blacks a little bit. And let's increase the exposure a little bit. Okay, contrast. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of saturation there. Then, let's see here. What else can we do? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll send it over to Color Effects Pro here. So, left. It looks like after this one, 13 photos are left, so yeah, past halfway. Oh, Kendall, thank you for the raid! Oh, you were playing a Mori! Okay, how did that go? How did your stream go? How did that go? Did you make it far in Mori? Right, so this time the polarization filter should work. Yeah, but thank you for that raid. Really appreciate that. Hello everybody who's part of the raid. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've had those, but I mean sometimes that'll happen. Okay, everybody. Yeah, that's the important thing. You don't let it get you down. You just keep at it. Oh, okay. Yeah, enjoy your food then. Yeah, so everybody who's part of the raid, I'm Ashad Mukadam. I'm also known as the Fantastic One. I'm an author and a photographer from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I play sports, simulation, and strategy games. Also, sometimes my streams will be chatting streams, or like today, I'm editing photos on stream. I was able to get my MacBook to connect to uh, Twitch, so finally was able to get a photo. Finally was able to look at a photo editing stream, and you're actually in a very special stream because this is the first ever photo editing stream that I'm doing. So yeah, if you have any questions about photography, about photo editing, just let me know, and I'll try my best to answer it. Uh, I'm actually a little past halfway now with the photos that I took on Monday. And on Monday, the sky was still a lot more clear than it is today, that's for sure. So, okay, let's see the polarization. Okay, we don't need it that much because that doesn't really look natural, but we can do that much. Okay, let's see here. So let's see here. What can we do next? Sunlight. Um, don't make it too strong. Okay, let's turn on the brightness a little bit. Okay, so we'll add a little extra saturation to that. And let's see here. So, I don't think that's the filter I wanted to use. Okay, this is the filter, the Brilliance Warmth filter. Okay. Then now also everybody who's part of the raid, you're still here. The these photos I took on Monday. I went to a park called Confederation Park here in Calgary. And when I went through the photos on Tuesday, found out that I had enough to do a photo editing stream. I've had a lot of demand for a photo editing stream. Remember when I first joined some Facebook groups and some Discords, I mentioned that I might do it. Uh, like at the time, I couldn't get the MacBook to connect. I thought I'd have to wait until I got a gaming laptop to be able to do it. And a lot of people said, "Oh, we can't wait to see this. We cannot wait to see this." And then once I got the MacBook to connect to Twitch, the demand just increased like crazy. So and so it was a bit of a challenge to get the enough photos to be able to do this, but now it's great to be able to do the photo editing stream here. So let's see, what else do I need? I don't think details gonna be needed. Not really. Well, let me see if we can extract a lot of details here. Okay. And then we can do the control point here. Another control point here. There. And do another control point. In case you're wondering what these control points are, this is a DxO thing. What the, how do I explain it? What they do is they allow you to target specific areas of the photo you want to enhance with each specific filter, and it ensures that it doesn't get all over the picture, just in a certain area. And a control point is a circle, so like for instance, this one, as you can see, if I move the slider here, the size of the circle increases and just affects everything inside the circle there. Um, anyway, and this is Color Effects Pro, which is part of the Nick collection. And now what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to just be removing some dust spots that are probably in the image, and dust spots are more visible when it's sky. Um, and what I use, and in terms of the software I use, on one Photораw, XO Photolab, or HDR if something that I want to do an HDR edit on, and just, and Affinity Photo here. That Affinity Photo is a Photoshop alternative, and these two pieces of software are alternatives to Lightroom. And what I like about them is you don't have to pay for the subscription. Yeah, there's a lot of dust spots as you can see, so I have to remove these. But yeah, when I took the photos on Monday, yeah, there was smoke, but as you can see, there's still some blue sky you can find. Um, that's not the case today, that's for sure. But you can like over the course of the week because of the forest fires over in British Columbia, U.S. Pacific Northwest. A lot of that smoke has drifted over here, and yeah. Oh, hey, El Cubano! Hey, I'm doing good. Yeah, the photo editing stream is still on. Like I just, yeah, the stream is going well. Lots of people are coming in to, uh, lots of people have come in to watch and see me edit the photos. Yeah, I'm just a little past halfway the photo editing, so yeah, you're not too late this time around. Yeah, this is I'm removing dust spots in Affinity Photo. Yeah, how are you doing? You actually just missed a raid that I got. My friend Kendall just raided me. Oh, okay, yeah, that sounds like a really good day. Yeah, my day has been great. I've just been editing photos on stream. Yeah, this is my first ever photo editing stream, and a lot of people have come in to watch. Like I've had a lot of demand for this type of a stream. Yeah, I've had a lot of demand for this type of a stream, so and like especially since I was able to get this MacBook to connect to Twitch, so uh, so I mean it. Yeah, a lot of pressure. Yeah, definitely, that's awesome. And you just came in after I got like you just missed a raid I had gotten like maybe 10 minutes ago. I got raided by my friend Kendall. Yeah, so every time I went to take some photos, people would say, "Is there enough for the stream?" I said, "No." Oh, so when I said on Tuesday that, "Yep, there's enough for a stream," oh boy, that's a lot of people have kept today on their calendars. Just saw a dust spot there. I wonder if it's because I accidentally double clicked. There it is. Right. Looks like that's it for this one. So we can now export it. so. Right, so we'll quit the program and now go on to the next photo here. What's the next one? Okay, so I think we might need to use that one. Then after I finish editing this one, I'll just take a lunch break. Yeah, I'll need to have some lunch. And then we'll continue the stream after lunch. So I'm going to finish editing these all the photos on stream. Even if it takes until 5 o'clock this time. But yeah, this is okay for a 5-hour stream. This is fun and relaxing to do for me. Yeah, there is a chromatic aberration as you can see here, so that's why the first thing I always check is the chromatic aberration. Because that is sometimes the toughest thing to remove. That. Purple fringing, then the moire. Let's see here. I think we might need to... Oh wait, that's why the horizon adjustment is there. Just straighten it out a little bit. Okay, that's a little too much. Yeah, Cubano, yeah, that sounds like... yeah, it's good that you're doing it. It sounds like you had a great day and yeah, a great way to spend a Friday. Alright, so now we'll get on to the editing. We'll worry about exposure compensation afterwards, after we do this. As you can see again, smoke, but it still wasn't too bad on Monday compared to today. Let's turn down those blacks a little bit. Let's see. Ooh. Probably have to turn down the exposure a little bit here. Yep. Okay, so I had a little bit of that. And a little extra vibrancy here. Extra saturation. Then we'll send it over to the collection. Let me just so start all of this. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, and El Cubano, another thing that like I was so excited to do this stream today that what I forgot to do was I forgot to make the adjustments to to the sound for the stream, because like how I set up my OBS on the how you have to set up OBS on this on a Mac is you have to do some kind of multi-output thing, and I forgot to set that, so I had a host and a couple of follows. I could hear the sound alerts. I don't know if they could hear it on the stream. And then I realized this about an hour ago that, wait, I might have forgot to do that part. So yeah, I just quickly set that up, and then yeah, everything has been fine since. Okay, let's do the polarization here. Okay, add. And let's see, let's add some sunlight. Let me just see how that... Oh, it doesn't really make a difference with the sky. So, a little bit like that. Oh, try and turn down the brightness a little bit. And I'll turn on the contrast, add a little extra saturation, and then do the foliage filter to help enhance all the trees and grass. That makes it a nuclear green. We'll do that. Then, let's see. We need that one? Let's check. Make a difference? No, that actually isn't needed this time, but we will do a neutral density. Do that. And darken that a little bit. Blend here. That's the shadows a little bit. That's the highlights. Or maybe not. Save it because we have to do some removal of the dust spots. Then after I'm done this photo, I'll take a lunch break, and then after I come back from lunch, then we'll edit the rest of the photos. Even if it takes until 5 o'clock, I'm gonna get this all done on stream. Because I want you to see the whole thing, like what I do all throughout, all throughout when I have photos to edit. Okay, I don't know if I'll find any. The way the sky is, I'm not sure I'll find any, sure if I'll find any dust spots with the way the sky is here. Look at, hey, Big Aiken, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yep, first ever photo editing stream. Yeah, can't. Okay, with the way the sky is, I'm not able to find any. Oh, hey, thanks for the bits. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I've had a lot of demand for a photo editing stream. And I've had a lot of demand after when I first started streaming. I mentioned that I might do a photo editing stream at some point, and a lot of people had been asking me if I was going to do it. And then when I actually, when I got the MacBook to finally connect to Twitch, I said yeah, and that's what I use for editing photos. I got even more demand and more questions. When is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen? So yeah, it's really nice to be able to do the stream here. Yeah, yeah, thanks. And thanks again for the bits. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't see anything here in terms of dust spots, but yeah, with the way the sky is and all that smoke, yeah, it's even hiding the dust spots. Okay, so I'll just do the export here. Alright, everybody, so as I mentioned, after this photo I'll just be taking a lunch break, and then when I get back... What program is this? This is Affinity Photo. This is a Photoshop alternative. And I also use DxO Photo Lab here, and On1 Photo Raw. These are Lightroom alternatives. Yeah, and also if I like with the HDR editing, if I do one, I use Aurora HDR here. Because of the smoke in the sky, the sun might not show as well, so can't use Lens Flare Studio, but I do also use that. if I ever do a sky replacement, I use Skylab Studio, and then also um, uh, all these programs here and here. That's part of the Nick collection, and that just adds even more to the photos in case I have to do it, which I have because like chromatic aberration removal and all that, and like this does just basic editing that can do more advanced editing. Anyways, I mentioned everybody. After that photo, I'm gonna take a lunch break, so I'll see you all after lunch. Lots of people want to watch the Alright, everybody, I'm back. I just put the scene back on and. Right, wait, thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your day. And, yeah, thank you. Uh, thank you for the well wishes on the stream. So, let's continue on with those pictures. Left off with this one. Okay, so we will have to go into photo lab for the next one. Hey, Care Bear, thanks for sticking around, especially through my lunch break. I really appreciate that. I think I had gotten a live notification. How's the game going? Uh, I think I had gotten a live notification for your stream as well. How's the game going? So, let's see here. Okay, yep, that's... Alright, so... And, Kate saw, like, remember when I had said before lunch how, like, when I was editing that tunnel, how, Confederation Park is in two parts? This is part of, this in the photo I edited just before lunch. Those are fields on the other side of Confederation Park. Um, I remember when I was walking around there, I saw some people sitting here, uh, sitting in the field here. Don't think yeah, I don't think, and anyway, they may have gotten up before I took the picture or after or whatever. I don't know, but yeah, there's fields there. So, and there's all like on one side of Confederation Park, you'll see uh, there's like the baseball diamond, of course, and there's a sidewalk and like pulling a little field where I had seen some people playing soccer, and then on the other side, there's more fields there, and uh, and there are bigger fields at that. I didn't see anybody, and also you'll see this soon. There's also a pond in Confederation Park. You'll see the pond soon. So let's just get this photo edited. Does that need to be straightened? No, no, that doesn't need to be straightened. Okay, so we'll do some white balance here. Oh, maybe it made a little bit of a difference in terms of sky, but as you can see, while I was having lunch, I looked out. Beginning of lunch, the haze had cleared out a little bit, so you could see some of the clouds, but just now I looked out again, and clouds are covered again in smoke. Uh, oh boy, I hope that the smoke clears out soon. But yeah, you need rain for that, and I don't know if there's anything in the forecast for rain. So we'll so okay, yeah, so that exposure didn't really need to be too high. Alright, so do some contrasting here. That, and put the micro contrast there, and then vibrancy. Well, of course, if I put it that high, of course, the sky will be blue, but the rest will be too green, so right, so yeah, that will be fine there. Let's clear it out. Go into the color effects. So no, I think I can show you silver effects with that photo once we get to it, and because that looks like something that might be better in black and white anyway. But yeah, I'll show you what the difference is with Silver Effects Pro then between Color Effects and Silver Effects with and how different black and white editing can be. And we'll still have to move the chromatic aberration because even though it's black and white, I have seen in the photos before where the chromatic aberration show up in a way. Went Color Effects Pro. I just check my notifications to make sure I didn't miss any notifications while I was having lunch. Okay, will there be any polarization even possible? Not really, not with that smoky sky. So we'll see if the sunlight filter can work. No, didn't miss any notifications as well as away. Right, so now, let's see. Okay, that's what happens when we put it at full strength, as you saw. Okay, we'll turn down the but I had it selected. See what happens when we turn down the brightness. Okay, let's turn on the brightness to up there. And the contrast. Okay. Oh. Okay, so we'll add the foliage filter. A little more room to this. Not too much, of course. Just if I would do too much, you see it's nuclear green, so just a little bit. And let's see here. We will do. Let's see here. Okay, we'll try the graduated neutral density. That down a little bit. Turn that down a little bit, and then a bit of a vertical shift. Okay, increase the shadows a little bit. That. I'm not sure if we'll find it any like because of the smoke. I don't know if we'll find any dust spots in there, so I won't be able to edit out the dust spots. So I think we can save this image since I don't think we'll be able to get rid of any dust spots. Okay. So now that it's saved, just to confirm, there it is. I don't know whether there's a temp file, but computers, you gotta love them. It's a love-hate relationship with computers. Oh, I do like Macs because they last and very stable, you know, very reliable. It's just too bad Apple keeps making those changes. Okay, so the next one, oh, we're in Photolab. The this one. There's no chromatic aberration, so I can okay, I think there might be, but we'll see how bad it is. See if using these sliders first give any residue. Yeah, it looks like it'll be fine if we use the sliders. And since I don't think there's going to be any dust spots really showing, I can just do that. Yeah. Again, everybody who's watching, in case you're wondering how I just zoom out that quickly, just press, since this is a Mac, it's Command 0. It's on a PC, you do Control 0. First, okay, so do a little bit of contrast there, not too much. Highlights. Okay, there we go. Midtones, like that. Shadows like that. And see, this is why I say first shoot in JPEG, so you can understand why you want to shoot in RAW. Because in JPEG, all this detail, uh, like you'll find out all this detail would not be possible. And once you shoot in RAW, then you'll see how all the detail in the photos just comes, and see how many things you didn't know were there that are there. So add a little structure for some of the haze, daylight for that, add a little bit of saturation, add a little bit of vibrance, then we redid that. So now go into the effects. Here I don't think graduated neutral density is going to make too much of a difference. We won't worry about it. We definitely do want to enhance the foliage. Uh, and we'll probably want to tone down that saturation a bit, because that's a little high for the saturation. Grass. That looks nice. Oh, and the trees as well, the saturation for both the grass and the trees. What else can we do? Um, see if we can do something with the clarity. Okay, we don't want that. Okay, there we go. That should be enough. Let's add. Let's see, what else can we do? Oh yeah, sunshine might be a good idea. Okay, make it natural. Extra glow there. There. Extra warmth. Okay. Maybe take away a little bit of the saturation there, so yeah, it's not too nuclear green there. What else can we do? I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done here. Uh, yeah, that looks straight, so we don't have to worry about that. But doing the crop, export that. Okay, so now we can move on to the next image. And let's see here. Oh, okay, so that's the same creek going the other way. Now, if you notice on the screen, there's all these presets. Um, if you're looking for a certain look and you don't know uh, exactly how to get it or anything, or you just want to try them out, like all this photo editing software comes with a bunch of presets. Like there's stuff that, like, you just click them and all the edits are done for you, but I don't use them because I like doing my own edits and doing my own style into the photos. So let's see here. That's looks straight. It does look straight. So wait, gotta make sure no chromatic aberration on these rocks. Oh, maybe a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, we can get rid of them. Get rid of the fringing here. Okay, so now we'll check out we'll do the contrast. Let's turn down the highlights a little bit, the midtones a little bit, the shadows a little bit. And again, like with not a detail you can get from a raw image. See those rocks there? Or, well, maybe not rocks, but that thing, all that over here. That if it was shot in JPEG, would be, it wouldn't come out like this. It wouldn't come out the way it, nice and clean like that. Like you would see all of this green and red and yellow and blue and all these other colored pixels, and then it would be very difficult to remove them all. So, okay, so turn down the whites there. Okay, blacks a little bit. Then a little structure. Get rid of some of the haze there, and then right there, add a little saturation, add a little vibrance. Okay, do a foliage enhancement and turn down that saturation a bit, because yeah, that's a little too strong. um, and sunshine filter, let's try it. See how it looks without. Oh, a little extra saturation there. Want it to be a little warm. Add a little bit of glow. Okay, and then let's see here. Yeah, maybe see if we can. Oh, that's my tap. Oh, that's too much clarity. So, in case you're wondering, well, like you already know this. When it comes down to quick undo, Command Z or Control Z. Let's add a little bit of clarity there. Then, what else is needed? Is there anything else that's really needed? No, I don't think anything else is really needed to this one. So we'll export that and export it. Now the next one we can do. Here. Okay, that one I think this is a. Should I do it with this one? But I'll save the black and white edit for this one. Well, let's see if there's any back aberration or fringe residue or whatever, and that way I can see if there's if I have to edit it in Photolab. Well, so far, nothing. Out. Hard to say. But let me try it in the other one. First, let me just see what it looks here. Oh, guess 100% sure. Okay, so Those will cancel there. And go to this one. This one might give a better idea of which one to use. Okay, this one might, using this software might work, Photo Lab, because that's why I have both on one Photo on Photo Lab, because like the XO Photo Lab as well as on one Photo Raw, because huh, good difference. Because with chromatic aberration on one Photo Raw, sometimes it's good, sometimes it isn't, and the XO Photo Lab is really good with moving chromatic aberration. So yeah, this is that field, like the picture of the field that you saw a little earlier, but from a different angle. Turn that on. That on. So first, we'll the highlights. If we can get, sometimes you do have to go all the way down to get the highlights back. Even this guy that has some smoke in it. Shadows. Let's check out the blacks. Okay, maybe we'll have to do the blacks that way. Okay. And oh, we want the white balance to be daylight. Like so. We'll turn up the highlight or the exposure a little bit. And contrast. And let's see. A little bit of contrast there. Micro contrast. Okay, there we go. Okay, we want some vibrancy here. We need it to look like that, but okay, do that. See here. Okay, so we'll send it then into Fix Pro. I guess I clicked and dragged instead of just clicked. Alright, so we just have to wait now for it to get sent into Nick Collection. Okay, and now we'll first see the polarization filter, maybe. Yeah, so this time we'll be able to do some polarization, not that type, but around there. So that. Oh, it didn't really do anything. And okay, yeah, remember the add filter button, because I did show you this earlier, but what happens if you forget to click the add filter button? Sunlight, okay, not like that. I'll put it around there. The brightness around here. Some saturation. You can tell and this was even the case. What was it in 2018? I was in Penticton for Penticton Peach Festival. The whole time it was smoky, and so trying to get the pictures uh, right was pretty tough with all the smoke in the sky. Like I did my best, but yeah, nothing beats a smoke-free sky. That's for sure. And let's see here, brilliance and warmth, right? So we'll add that. Let's do a little bit of that. Off a bit for the sky. Yeah, we don't want to central. What else? Oh yeah, foliage. Can't forget foliage. Well, you see how you don't have to do too much to the foliage there. Then graduated neutral density. Now, we then we can just lower the tonality a little bit there. A blend. Vertical shift up there. Right, so yeah, it looks like that's it. And yeah, there here we might be able to find some find some of those dust spots because smoke is not as obvious in here as you can tell. So yeah. Just save the TIFF image and then we'll move it over or open it up in Affinity Photo, remove the dust spots. Okay, so let's go this file and into Affinity Photo. Okay, so now we'll look for the dust spots. Might be a few, but oh, looks like there aren't any. Oh yeah, I just found one right here. Um, okay, so I think that was the only dust spot that I was able to find. So we'll now export this, and we can move on to the next photo. That one I'll show you how Silver Effects Pro and black and white editing will work. Um, okay, so that. I don't think there'll be any chromatic aberration on this one. Um, yeah, doesn't look like there's any. Oh, there. Well, no, doesn't look like there is. But can do is we can ask the details of this before. Oh, okay. Looks like it's offline. My sound alerts. Let's be right back. The photo editing. For some reason the sound alerts didn't work. I know I'm all online here. Uh, that seems weird. That my sound alerts is offline. Oh, I'm on. Suppose I'm live. Let me just to make sure I'm on. Right. So, yep, it shows I'm online here. Let me just check to make sure. Okay, yeah, I am online. I just yeah, for some reason the sound alerts the browser source is offline. I don't know why that's the case. But implement it or refresh the source. Okay, well, anyway, sound alerts. I don't know what happened. I'll have to check that out after the stream is over. Anyway, let's get back to what I was editing. Yep, here. Um, so this thing we won't do too much here. Just checking this. Everything looks to be fine. Doesn't look like offline or anything. Anyway, let's go back and want that program. In case you're wondering what this kind of quick menu is, that's they have these printable CDs and DVDs. That's how I print them. Anyway, let's go to on one photo raw. Um, here, okay, we can do. We'll have to do some edits to this, and we can finish up the rest in Silver Effects Pro. Don't have to do too much in here. Some structure here, some haze, and yeah. So what I'll do now is I'll send it to Silver Effects Pro. And I can show you how black and white editing is a little different. Okay, so just while this is doing its thing, I'll see. Yes, let's see. Shut down. So worry about it afterwards. Okay. That I want that. I'm gonna Silver Effects Pro. Okay. So this is Silver Effects Pro. As you can see, it's about black and white editing, and there's different things that you can do. You have to do is you have to select a preset over here. based on what you want, what kind of effect you want, right? So let's see. Um, so let's okay, we can choose that one. So now on the right, you have all these different adjustments you can do based on the preset you chose. So I chose full contrast instructor. I could have chosen this one, or I could have chosen that, or I could have chosen this one. and but I like this one the best. So now what I'll do is just the brightness a little bit, just the contrast. Structure, we'll put in that much protection. Then you want to do selective adjustments, these control points, and then do that. Amplify whites, amplify blacks. Okay. You know what? Let's choose one for that. Okay. Here. Find sure. Okay. But selective colorization. Okay, so, and it'll show up in here. Then what I can do is, okay, so we did some selective adjustments there with that control point. What I can do is I can do a color filter here. Just select a color and see. I'll just do that based on color filter you choose. That's a good one. And film types, green. So there's all these different black and white cameras that were in there. But I'm not. And then you have these finishing adjustments. So various types of toning here. That. Um, I won't do any of that. So yeah, I like how this picture looks. I'll just save it. Oh. But yeah, that's how black and white editing can works in Silver Effects Pro. Now, sound alerts. Now, I didn't have that happen. Oh. Okay, so monitor and output there, and huh, I thought I saved that. I don't know how it got offline or what happened anyway. But yeah, that's and should have saved the. Oh, where did it save then? Excuse me. We just see where it's saved. Oh, it's saved in. Oh, okay. All right. So let me just that over there. There. Now there it is. But yeah, that's how black and white editing works. Silver Effects Pro. So let's save that. Move on to the next image. But yeah, you see how various things with the black and white, if you use Silver Effects Pro and you're into black and white editing. Right, so now, now we'll now go to the pond, right? So yeah, this is the pond. What's there? I don't really know what that thing is, but anyway, um, this is the pond at Confederation Park. Like I said, it's on the other side of the like on the west side of Confederation Park. It's like in kind of in the middle there. And as you can see, there's a lot of ducks there. And what do you know, a duck butt. But you know what? Before I get to editing this photo, I have to go to the washroom. I'll just be right back. All right, so I'm back now. Let's edit this photo. Yeah, I might need a little bit of or maybe not. I thought I might need a little bit of straightening, but it doesn't. So that for the white balance, and then see if we can bring back some of those highlights. Yeah, this is the this is the again the smoky sky there. Anyway, uh, okay, let's see. Maybe turn down the exposure a little bit. That'll work, and then some contrast here. Okay, and then get some vibrancy in there. Right, so let's see what else we can do. Oh yeah, got to do the moire and the purple fringing there. Okay, and now right, we'll send it into what's it? Color Effects Pro. And we just wait for for it to put it in there in the program there. 90. I mean, at least I know that sound alerts is connected to my Twitch here. I don't know. I'll have to probably put in a source or something, but worry about that later. And so, okay, so the first thing, yeah, polarization. No, don't need that much. Yeah, we can put in that much. Let's add filter. We'll put in a sunlight filter. So let's see here. Don't need it too strong. Okay, put it over here. Down the brightness a bit. No contrast, and then definitely saturate a little bit, and then yeah, you can add in the foliage filter. Let's see. Okay, now there we go. That's enough, and then let's see if Brilliance Warmth works. It does. Finally, the neutral density filter, the graduated one. Yeah. We'll have to send it into a photo just to make sure that there's no um, there's no dust spots in there. Sure. How many are left then after this? So, oh, so 7 photos left, and a couple of them are ducks, it looks like. So, almost done. 7 photos to go. So now let's go into Affinity Photo. Remove the dust spots from there. And again, everybody, like I said, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll definitely do my best to answer them. All right, so now let's look for the dust spots. One, yeah, that might be one. Let's take it out. Never know. Right, so let's see here. Right there. Another one, I just saw it. Well, hey, the Care Bear, thanks for staying around. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying this the stream here. Let's see, there should be something. Oh, there it is. That's what I'm looking for the Yeah, the dust spot, and oh, there's another one, I think. So, looks like everything is good here. Okay, now let's export this. Okay, so that's done. Now, the next one, which is here. One we'll check first on one photo raw. This one. That's the east part of the pond. Okay, in case you're wondering what I'm doing, I just found something that I could have done with the sound alerts. I think it should. Okay, I think it should work now. I haven't gotten anything from sound alerts since then, so maybe working. Anyway, so right, so anyway, I can worry about that later. Let's check this photo to see if check to make sure that there's no chromatic aberration in it, because that is something that can ruin a photo. Let's see here. Looks like there isn't any. So I'll just remove any that might be there. Although it doesn't look like there is any there. Still, good idea to just remove some. Yeah, good thing we did. There might have been some here, but looks like it's gone. Now let's do that. Let's turn down the highlights a bit. Turn down those midtones a little bit. Shadows, yeah, we'll have to turn those down. The exposure will also have to be turned down a little bit. Or, no, we'll have to raise it a little bit. Then, okay. And the whites, yeah, definitely have to turn those down. Blacks, yeah, turn those down. A little bit of structure here. Take away some of the haze. A little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance. Go into the effects. Let's see here. You'll want to enhance that foliage. Yeah. But what we do is we turn down the saturation of it so in that way it's not too strong. And let's see here. Polarizing filter work or will it not? Doesn't. So we'll take it out. Let's see here. Add some clarity. Not too much, of course. Then let's see here. What else can we? Oh, sunshine. Definitely sunshine we want. A little bit of glow. Bit of saturation there. A bit of warmth, not too much. And let's see here, what else can we do? Let me just check and see. I think there would be any spots visible here. Nope, don't see any. And then, yeah, I think it's good for exporting. Yeah. So we'll export that. Now we'll have 6 pictures to go. Almost done, everybody. Really appreciate everybody sticking around to watch the whole process, to watch just what I do, how long sometimes it takes me to get through a lot of all of these photos here when I'm editing. So now we'll the next one. That one shouldn't have any chromatic aberration because I remember I zoomed in when I took it and let's see, oh, 34 millimeters, but still shouldn't have too much chromatic aberration, but we'll check. Definitely check it out and see if there is any. Maybe a little bit, but I think it shouldn't be too much that we can't remove. Oh, oof. About to go 100. And that. Yeah, that seems to work. There's no residue left. Oh, maybe let's cancel and see if need to do it in Pixel Photo Lab here. That's why I have the other one. But sometimes chromatic aberration is really tough to remove. Oh, that's when we have to scroll or to zoom in and check all that. Yep, looks like this will work out better, so see here. Get rid of the moire, get rid of the purple fringing. Maybe this will need to be straightened out a little bit. Let's see. Yep. And this is the other side of the pond. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll do daylight, put exposure afterwards, do this and this. Okay. We'll for the highlights, we'll increase the midtones. Shadows will increase. Blacks will tone down a little bit, and then okay, we'll turn down the exposure a little bit. Then let's see here. Add some contrast. Then add some extra color. And send it, I think, into the collection here. Yeah, sometimes just waiting is, yeah. But, sometimes the waiting is, tough, but, that's the beauty of, just doing, okay, polarization is gonna be, but that's, but that's just a part of, editing the photos. So now polarization is needed, but we can do the sunlight filter here. On that brightness a little bit, contrast a little bit, add a little extra saturation here. Temperature a little bit there. Add a filter. We'll add foliage. Oh, I don't want glamour glow. Don't know what that is, but maybe we can put the foliage there. Then let's see here. Oh, we can try the neutral density, the graduated one, or lower. Okay, maybe that'll work. There. Can't do anything with the shadows. Maybe a little bit with the highlights. Let me see if that brilliance warmth filter will work. Always remove it. Yeah, definitely worked. Alright, so now I'll save that. Right, so now we'll save that so that way we don't lose any of this. Looks like there's 5 left, I think. One, two. Oh, only 4 left. It looks like. So looks like we're almost done, everybody. Yeah. So we're almost done. Got 4 pictures left, and then yeah. So here's one of the duck pictures. That came out nicely. Trying to take a picture of these ducks that were in the pond was a challenge because most of the time they were diving underneath the water to get whatever it is they eat that's underneath the water. So many times there was a bunch of duck butts. Um, yeah. But luckily I was able to get 2 ducks. You know what? We'll contrast. Lower the highlights. Like lower the midtones maybe a little bit. Increase the shadows a little bit. Not the whites, but increase that and increase the blacks a little bit. Add a little extra structure here. Going down the haze. This was a ooh. Oh, I think daylight might be the best choice. And add a little extra saturation. Add some vibrance there. Then, let's see here. We don't really have to do any color enhancement. See if dynamic contrast can work. Oh, yeah, that definitely works a little better. Don't have to do too much to this now. All we have to do is, I think, add a little clarity. Don't have to do too much. That looks like it'll be enough. Let's see what other filters there are. I don't think there's anything else we really have to do. yeah, so that's it for that. And export this. So now we'll edit the next picture, which is this duck that was swimming towards the viewing platform. The other duck I was able to get a picture of. Okay, so I don't think any chromatic aberration is needed. Chromatic aberration removal. Yeah, didn't think so. So again, well, a little bit of contrast there. Let's do that with the highlights. Okay, we'll do that with the midtones. That with the shadows. That with the whites, and the blacks will do that. Little structure there. Just the haze. Oh, okay, we want daylight. Shot. Cloudy, shade. Yeah, shade will work then. Add a little extra saturation. A little extra vibrance. Then, let's see here. Some clarity. If I do that too, yeah, that'll work. That'll work. And let's see, what else do we have? Whew. I don't think there's anything else we really need to do to this picture. Looks pretty good as is. So we'll export it. Then we have two more pictures left. Yeah, because of the nature of these pictures, it shouldn't take too long. Right, so now we'll edit this one. Yeah, it's a log. Happened was I was testing out my 70-300 lens, and I decided I was focusing on this log and turned out okay. So I thought, why not? I just keep it. So yeah, here we'll probably want to exposure a little bit, too much, then a little extra contrast. Okay, turn down those highlights. Those a little bit, shadows a little bit, whites will turn down. Blacks will turn down. We'll add some structure here. Turn on the haze. Because it was in the shade, do that. Okay, and then add a little saturation. A little vibrance. Let's see how it looks when it's daylight shot. Oh, well, okay. I'll put it in the other things, but that worked out nicely. Yeah, now this one, I want some dynamic contrast, and this is where adding some extra detail really can help. Let's see, we'll add some clarity. I think, yeah, I think that's all we need. So we'll export that. Now one more picture. And then we're done. Right, so, and now there's this twig here, and what happened was I, again, was testing on the 70-300, took a picture of this twig, and hey, looked pretty good, so there we go. I took a picture of the twig. So we'll do some contrast. We'll turn down the highlights, those midtones, on the shadows, the blacks. Let's see. No, we don't have to turn on the shadows so much. Up the whites a little bit. And daylight. So we want. Oh yeah, we want some structure. The haze, as you can tell. Want some vibrance. That. Excuse me. Oh, I don't think a color enhancer is gonna work. Dynamic contrast. Yeah, like that. Add the detail. And then, we'll do a sunshine filter there. We'll add some glow. Saturate it a little bit. Warm it up. Then, tone enhancer. Add some clarity to it. And, I think that's it. So, we're done with all the photos now. So, yeah. I think, yeah, the stream... that's pretty much the stream now, because all the photos are edited, and just gotta go through them and decide what to share. That I can do offline. So yeah, we're all done. We're all done with the photo editing stream now. So yeah. Yep, there are all the photos. So yeah, we're all done with the photo editing stream. So I want to thank everybody for coming in today. I really appreciate it, especially everybody who stuck around. During my lunch break and after I got back from my lunch break. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end this stream with a raid. I'm gonna find somebody to raid, but yeah, thank you everybody for coming in to watch and see the whole process that I do for editing my photos. I really appreciate that, and um, anyway, if you have any questions, you can always ask me through like on Discord. Uh, just find somebody to raid. Find someone who I can raid and see here. Hold on. Oh, let's see. Okay, I found the person to raid. It's Hardhouse HD. Okay, he's part of a few Discords that I'm also a part of. He's an awesome streamer, really friendly, really great. I think you'll enjoy his stream. What's he playing right now? He is playing Ratchet and Clank. Oh, it's a pretty classic game here. So, alright, let me just set everything up. Okay, so before I put it into the chat, because I know that before I get a chance to say everything, well, the raid will already happen. So I want to say it before I put it in the chat and the raid is all set up. Thank you everybody for coming in today to watch this photo editing stream, the first ever one that I've done. Thank you for just watching the whole process and just interacting with me and interacting in the chat. Thank you, Baked Bacon, for the bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kendall, for not only coming in early in the stream, but then that raid. That was really awesome of you. Thank you, Mocheda, for the host. I really appreciate it. What else am I missing? Thank you, Morden Doll, for the follow. Thank you, Mac Games, for the follow. Um, I really appreciate. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you coming in to watch the photos being edited. Thank you to everybody who stayed for the whole 5+ hours that I've been doing this stream. That was really great of you, especially staying around through my lunch break, and then staying for the for the back half or the back part of the photo editing with the final set of photos that we had to go through. So the next stream is going to be tomorrow evening. Start time between 7:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time. Uh, I'll be playing Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Now I know a lot of you will wonder why Thousand Year Door would be at night. When I always had said that should be played during the day, but to fit in this photo editing stream, I had to move things around. So Paper Mario gets played, or Thousand Year Door gets played tomorrow, and then Monday I'll be playing Stardew. Um, Again, thank you everybody for coming in to watch. Thank you for the follows, for the bits, for the chatting, interacting. I really appreciate it. So now let me just get this raid all officially set up. Oh, we have two more people who came in to be part of the raid of Hard House HD. That is so awesome. I really appreciate it. So, again, thank you again, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow evening. Now let's say hi to Hard House.